Another one. I could also read Anotha one. What up? We back. We back. I think I'm gonna do a lot of lives like this, and we're also live on Kick. We back. How's it better to have like video too? I don't know. Try that out. Got a lot of blue in chat and Kick and YouTube. How do you switch off that quick? So you go on Kick and then you go on YouTube. I don't know. My mouse fell. Yeah, actually, I'm not even gonna highlight any comments. Because yeah, that'll be monetizing a docs. So no highlighting comments. Laptop and phone. Oh wow. The hell? You're in like a fight or something outside. I don't know. Yeah, we're back. We're back. I'm actually looking for my phone. Remember when I shut the window? I actually hit my funny bone on the way down. That wasn't good. What the hell? It was like literally right here. Like I have a ghost roommate, so sometimes like he just kind of takes my shit. So I don't know what to do. Just like puts it in areas I can't find. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna look for my phone. I gotta look for my phone. Is it? Oh, it was literally here. Shit, where's my phone? Yo, we gotta find this phone. I had two phones. You guys have any tips to find lost things? I don't know. It's literally. Yeah, it's literally in my hand. How did I think of that? Alright. Yeah, I could call it. Hold on. I think my phone is on silent, so I'll just do the Google one. Alright, let's see. We're gonna find the phone. Yeah, it's muted. It's muted. Hold on. Oh, Google used to have a feature you could find your lost phone. They got rid of it. Never mind. Can't do that. It's gone. Yeah, I have no idea where that is. I've never had a ringer on. Hate the sound. Well, actually, if you log in on the MV cap, that'll change something. Hold up. Oh, nah. That phone's gone. Is it in the window? Let me see if it'll work on this. Oh. Oh, it's here. It blended in with the fan. That's what happened. So I have like a black fan. I got a call. Oh, someone called. Yeah, I hit like it's like a find phone button or something. That's how it works. Behind the catch. Yeah, I'm actually I have a couple things to film. A kind of like one disclaimer video and a disclaimer video and kind of like a promo video to cross promote all the platforms. Because pretty much when I do like whatever I do for YouTube, I still wanted to point to, where people can see the catch. I see you, Dave. How we doing on a kick? That is weird. It's showing the name of the live I did before, and it says that live is live. That is weird. Or is it just titled that? I don't know. How's that the biggest cope session I've seen since Dunya's last stream? What's a cope for? I don't know. Toynbee. I actually glanced at it for a moment.
Own it.
But yeah, I should actually stay quiet because I don't want any of that chit chat smoke. So yeah. Yeah, as far as making a disclaimer, all right, I'm gonna ask ChatGPT like what I should really do. Um, why the cops won't touch his evidence in cases. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of catcher like people have done successful catches in Colorado, and you know, I would just say if he has convictions, there's no reason he shouldn't post that. I mean, like I certainly like to bring in people on the process of going to court. I think court's where it's for. Like I would say it's like ranking like what I like the most actually is like once it actually gets to court and the outcome, like once you actually, are reporting it to the police, there's gonna be something that's gonna be done about it. And then, the decoying and the interview, that's just kind of the work. Oh, AI is necessary. Anyone that doesn't use AI is gonna probably either be a slave or dead. People should use AI for everything. I'm actually pro. I would actually put a brain chip in my head, too. Showing a video of Tom B literally screaming at detectives and dispatch because they wouldn't come to the scene and asked him to come to the station. He refused to do what the cops asked him to do. Sounds like big tech guy you. Yeah, like someday, I mean, we're gonna have like super intelligent computers. So like, why would you not want to merge? Why would you not want your consciousness merged with that? That's what I would do. PP Mossad? What is that? All right, let me try this out. So I'm trying to make a disclaimer video for my catcher documentaries, which are pretty much going to be educational interviews put into a documentary. Can you make me a script that I can use for YouTube's terms of service? We're going to make it live. We're going to do it live. I'm pro performance enhancing chips. Tom B crashed out. Who's crash? Well, okay. We gotta see a crash out. If there's a crash out,
I promise you, what's gonna happen. All right, so
I don't see a crash out.
I'm just gonna say that in certain states, the state law requires. I see the question on the screen. In certain states, the state law requires that the police are notified from inception. Colorado is not one of those states. So
wait, is he talking to? That's a detective he's talking to. Yeah, like that's like the worst thing you can do. Like when you start being aggressive to the police, like they're the people that are in between, getting the case up and going. I mean, there's some places that kind of don't do anything, but my kind of new strategy when either I'm not happy with the outcome of maybe the ordinance given to the police or that general DA's position to maybe not take cases, is to I want to start really reaching out to House reps, state reps. I think that's the best idea.
We're perfectly legal doing what we're doing, and we do it, in my opinion, better than any team out there. All right, we have a working relationship as far as
I like S. Williams' message. Keep going, sorry, Tom.
But no convictions to show for it, though.
Yeah, no, I mean, we have, I wouldn't say a working relationship, but we have everything in place for us to just be able to send the evidence right away to certain departments. We have, the evidence has gotten a ton better than it was maybe in the beginning. And it's not that the evidence was bad in the beginning. The evidence was still probably better, if not, well, I would say at least on par with what the police stings are doing.
Yeah.
So if you FOIA a police sting and you look at those chat logs, they're going to be just the same, in my opinion, as when Tommy first started.
Yeah.
And now if you look at those chat logs, we are far above the standards. So far above the standards that it's almost tough to get the Preds to go sexual at times. It's our chat logs are literally better.
What? Wait. He said that they do so well at these stings, but then so good that they're not showing sexual chat logs. I think that might be the problem, actually. Because that's kind of what you need to prove. Yeah, and also, like I've always said, it's kind of it's always an erroneous comparison comparing what we do at all to the police. Like we're not the police. We're citizens gathering information to be turned into the police.
In my opinion, than any of the other chat logs I've ever read.
It's almost, Tom, as we've heard, it's almost hurt us in court because they're like, these are trained by police departments. Like, there's no way their evidence is this good without being trained by the police department. How many times have we heard that?
Heard it a couple of times. Actually had an ICAC detective reach out to us and ask us if we can train him.
We can host a training for them.
That doesn't even make. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Yeah, ICAC was asking to train us. Like, wow, that's really, really good. Like, and the chat logs aren't even sexual because they're so good. That's yeah, they do such a good job, bro.
For officers, y'all, this isn't bullshit. It was asked.
Yeah. And S. Williams
on a live stream, it was asked to Cooley from Denver Police to see if we could come down and do an hour just orientation to let them know who we are and train them on what to come out and expect from us.
So, as far as
that's a great question, y'all.
Okay, I'll get to that one in a second. S. Williams, your question.
Well, the statement she was talking about, she was a prosecutor for 30 years, and this makes her blood boil. Like, this is a prosecutor that did this for 30 years, and she's disgusted to see what's going on tonight.
So just to talk about, and I'm not going to divulge what DA or who we were talking to. We talked to a DA, and the DA didn't show up, but the DA did send the, I guess, deputy district attorney and the person in charge of the SVU cases. And like Tommy had said, They came to that meeting. I guess they thought they were going to get like 3 20-year-olds at that meeting that had no clue what they were talking about with the law and all this. You know, when they start bringing up certain things like probable cause, these are legal matters. And those legal matters, we have looked into them. So like probable cause, the officer has probable cause every time we're out there, as long as the guy says, oh yeah, that was me talking. So if that guy says that was me talking, that's probable cause. It's already been met. Now they do have other statutes that they have to follow up on, and they will take time. So that's probably why there's not arrests. And that's like I said in the video, we're not looking for an arrest on the scene. We want you to identify him. We want a case number. We want to know that we've done our job. We can't control what the police do. We can't control what the DAs do. However, we do try to push them, obviously, as this video shows. You know, we try to push them in the right direction. And you know, when assistant district attorneys show up to meetings, and those meetings, they turn around, they can't quote the law. That's a big problem. When I'm quoting the law and they're like, well, yeah, I guess, yeah, you're probably right. That's probably how it reads. Well, then why don't you know that? And why isn't this case being prosecuted? So
I got something on a side note, you guys. So in these meetings he's talking about, correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, we had 2 different DA meetings, and I'm not going to go into them, but both times they had a very small amount of cases. A couple, and they said they were 100% on the prosecutions. Am I right?
Yes, yeah. And I asked them in one meeting, have you ever seen a case of ours come across your desk and decline to prosecute? And the answer is no.
And matter of fact,
I mean, the one thing I did notice is they're not saying a specific reason, because I was always given a reason at least, or why it's not being prosecuted. Like, usually it's either, even if it's wrongfully so, they'll say it's because, you know, I'm a citizen or vigilante or something like that. Like, they give you a reason. That's how court works. So that makes me think that it didn't even go to court.
Tom, we prosecuted 100% of them.
Right.
So where are these 38 cases, y'all? I guess when people call Thomas Fellows didn't turn in the evidence. You're clearly going to see that this is bullshit, you guys. And I'm not about proving anybody. We don't need to prove to anybody. We truly don't even care. I think the trolls have made it to where we're getting good at this, and you're the right man for the job. And you guys, there's people behind the scenes right now working on stuff that we're doing to meet with these, these voted in politicians, right? So we have a lot.
We'll work on that again. We've tried it in the past, and it was a non-starter for them.
I will say, if you look up Thomas Fellows in Colorado Pet Patrol, guess what doesn't pop up first anymore? We're going somewhere. I don't care what people think about me. I don't care. We got a good team, and we're here. We're not here to make friends, but I've made a lot of good friends. As there's one here, there's 2 here in this room. I'm in a bunch behind the scenes. We're here to protect the children. We're going to take down
everything and damage reputations.
That's right.
So there's a
fine line.
There's a very fine line, and the disconnect is somewhere between the police departments, their protocols, their procedures. The DA might not like us in certain areas. I can tell you one right off the rip, but
yeah. I can tell you 2 or 3, but hey.
Yeah, well, there's a couple, but I mean, look, we try not to get heated in meetings. We try to have a civil discourse.
Yeah, in the meeting, I'll just kind of show what it looks like. I'll shut chat off because there can be some things with chat. It's like, it looks like he's just pointing at the guy. So that detective, that's the person you're supposed to build a rapport with. I'm not saying like be their best friend, but you still got to build a rapport with to, see what can be done to take future cases. And if they've really done that many catches and they're lacking the ability for it to be prosecuted, I mean, that's I'm not sure what that implies. I mean, if anything, in Massachusetts, we kind of have a problem where they get convicted. Like all my cases in Massachusetts, like they'll get convicted, but they just don't go to jail because of our weak laws. I was like blaming something on JT. But yeah, so good that ICAC was asking them to train them. That's pretty good. All the Colorado police departments need better training on how to work with CPP. If your case is strong, you don't even need to meet. And I think he's clashing with cops from that moment on. Oh, that's not true at all. I mean, like, what do you mean by meet? Like, meet with a decoy with the pred? Or, like, even meeting with the police? That's not true at all. In fact, when you're meeting with the police, that's actually a strong sign of the case. That means they're probably getting information from you, making a witness statement. Yeah, Angela. ICAC won't even take predator catchers cases, let alone get training from them. ICAC isn't allowed to work with the public. Yeah, it's a shame they can't train. Like Tom B can't train all of them. Look at the work OPA and PvP are doing. No need for much of an interview. The cops pull up, arrest them immediately. Use OPA, does any and everything they ask them to do. I mean, I don't know about that though, because like the interview is always important. Yeah, the interview is always important. Yeah. So let's see about this for YouTube disclaimer. Before this documentary begins, a quick note for clarity and transparency. This video is an educational documentary focused on online safety, digital communication risks, and behaviors that can put young people at risk in digital spaces. All conversations shown in the film are recreated. Well, I don't know about recreated. That's not true. From documented online communications for the purpose of education, analysis, and public awareness. No personal identifying information of private individuals is shown, and no accusations are being made towards any private citizen. Faces, names, and identifying details have been removed or altered in compliance with YouTube's terms of service and community guidelines. This documentary is not intended to harass, shame, or target any individual or group. Its purpose is to highlight internet safety, explain red flag behaviors, and provide interviewers with the tools to recognize grooming patterns and protect themselves or others online. All actions shown take place in public settings. or are dramatizations. We do not encourage anyone to imitate or recreate any interactions depicted in the documentary. No illegal activities being promoted. Hold on, though. What do you mean they're a recreation, though, if it's an actual interview with the person? Yeah, the Illinois update is I have a Zoom for court. I think it's December 19th. So it's on Zoom. Are you making a disclaimer for the disclaimer video? All right. So it's coming up with a better one. Realistic and honest YouTube safe disclaimer for real interviews. All right. Before this documentary begins, a quick clarification. This video is an educational documentary focused on online safety and harmful digital communication patterns. The conversations and interviews shown here involve adults who voluntarily participated in on-camera discussions after online communications were reviewed. All identifying information, including names, faces, voices, and personal details, have been removed or altered in accordance with YouTube's terms of service to protect privacy. This documentary does not accuse any private individual of criminal activity. It is presented for awareness, analysis, and public education only. Oh, then it goes on. The purpose of this content is to help viewers understand online grooming behavior, recognize red flags, and improve digital safety. Nothing shown in this video should be reenacted or imitated by viewers, and this content is not intended to harass, target, or shame any person or group. Yeah. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably get it like sped up. I'm gonna wear this hood too when I do the video, but it's gonna be sped up. It needs more disclaiming. It definitely does. I'm trying to see if it got it though. Let's see. I think I want to put one more thing into it where I want to just emphasize, like, it's kind of like a deep dive in their psychology too, and that it can be used in an academic setting. Can you recite it in multiple languages? They'll help us get to 10 minutes. I don't think I can do that. Could you tweak the disclaimer to include that it's kind of analysis of the psychological aspect to it too, and that the work can be potentially useful for an academic setting? Yeah, something like that. And I think I want to add more to it. Is also another thing that the fact that I'll kind of like the police presence aspect to it, where anything that is necessary to report to law enforcement has been reported to law enforcement, because literally was true. No one claiming none of the interviewers are claiming to be law enforcement or have any authority. However, if any information is relevant to law enforcement pertaining to any criminal activity, it is reported. And police are involved accordingly. Can you add that to the disclaimer? And anyone making any kind of accusation, it's the job of law enforcement, not us. Yeah, something like that. Yes, put the law enforcement information there. We're doing everything live. We're going to get the disclaimer video. Don't take the law into your hands. Take them to the people's court. Yeah. All right, so let's see this. Before this documentary begins, I want to offer a brief clarification. This video is an educational documentary focused on online activity, online safety, behavioral analysis, and the psychological dynamics associated with manipulative or harmful digital communication. The goal is to help viewers recognize red flags, understand grooming patterns, and promote safer online environments. All interviews shown in this documentary involve voluntary adult participants to comply with YouTube's terms of service and protect privacy. All identifying information, including names, faces, voices, locations, and personal details, have been removed or altered. This documentary does not accuse any private individual of criminal activity. Any analysis presented here is for educational and informational purposes only and is not a substitute for law enforcement investigation or legal judgment. No one involved in this documentary is acting as law enforcement, nor does any claim any legal authority or investigative powers. Our role is limited to education, commentary, and documentation. If any information uncovered during the creation of this documentary appears legally relevant or involves potential criminal activity, it is referred to the appropriate law enforcement agencies. Determining whether a crime occurred and taking any action is solely the responsibility of law enforcement. This documentary may be useful for academic discussions, training, research, and broader examination of online behavior from psychological and sociological perspectives. It is not intended to harass, shame, or target any person or group, and viewers should not attempt to recreate, confront, or imitate any interaction depicted here. Yeah, that's all right. That's a pretty good one. I think it's checking all the boxes. Yeah, I think we should have a long disclaimer. That's not a 10-minute disclaimer. That, like, if you break it down, that probably wasn't 10 minutes. Yeah, I'll review band stuff later, but for the time being, just make an alt, deal with it. I say documentary video live stream instead of only using the word. Well, I don't know, cause like live stream in video kind of could throw them off. Yeah, I don't know about that. Well, what's the purpose of any disclaimer? What do you mean? What am I hoping to achieve with the disclaimer? To disclaim. All right. So, I think what I'll do is maybe I'll go live. I mean, no, maybe I'll change the device I'm on to probably this one actually to start filming the disclaimer video. So we're gonna try to make the disclaimer video. All right, gonna do a mic check. Oh. Yo. My bad, I killed yellow ears again. I monetized off of killing your ears. All right. So we're gonna do this in a couple takes. All right. So, oh wow, it's going dark. How's it doing that? All right, I think I am gonna go with this one. So I'm just gonna read it. I'm in front of my camera right now, so let's just see this. Before this documentary begins, I want to offer a brief clarification. The video is an educational documentary focused on online activity, behavioral analysis, and the psychological dynamics associated with manipulative or harmful digital communication. The goal is to help viewers recognize red flags, understand grooming patterns, and promote safer online environments. All interviews shown in the documentary involve voluntary adult participants to comply with YouTube's terms of service and to protect privacy while identifying information including names, faces, voices, locations, and personal details have been removed or altered. This documentary does not accuse any private individual of criminal activity. Any analysis presented here is for educational and informational purposes only and is not a substitute for law enforcement investigation or legal judgment. No one involved in this documentary is acting as law enforcement, nor does anyone claim to have any legal authority or investigative powers. Our role is limited to education, commentary, and documentation. If any information uncovered during the creation of this documentary appears legally relevant or involves potential criminal activity, it is referred to the appropriate law enforcement agencies. Determining whether a crime occurred and taking any action is solely responsible. All right. I had a couple fumbles. That was the second one too. All right. I think I have a better idea. I think I need to. I'm gonna do it like paragraph by paragraph because I can read it, but I'm probably gonna say one word wrong. Actually, let me see what I could do. Let me see what I could do. Actually, hold on, because I do have something called a script. I think I'm gonna post it too. Or if I post the disclaimer, where do you guys want to see it? I'll just like post it somewhere. I'll post it on locals definitely, so people can see. Yeah, on AI. Oh shit, what's going on?
A DA is a politician. They're a lawyer, but they're a politician. All right. And the same thing with the judges, the same thing with your elected officials in your state and federal. You should be talking to all of them. And it is that important. Like this guy, I don't know how he got to where he got, you know?
Yeah. Or use a computer to read it. All right. I think I am. Yeah, I do have me as a speaker. Oh, it's let's see. All right, I can just copy what ChatGPT said in that. Let's see. All right, I do have it copied. Oh, hold on. To avoid all the BS, post the charges of the pred in the video if they get charged. I mean, I'll also do that, but like I want to be like extra safe. Extra safe. Assign avatar. Does describe a person to create your avatar or upload an image? I don't know. Wants me to upload an image. Yeah, they do. I mean, the charges is a good idea, but not having a disclaimer isn't. Saying upload an image, I guess. Let's see. All right, assign avatar, and then maybe I can give a script. All right. Disclaimer. This is gonna be interesting. Oh, done reading. No, I'm not done reading. Oh, it's generating the avatar right now. And then when I have it, I want there to be captions. There we go. Disclaimers work versus AI detection. Thanks, happy Thanksgiving too. Hence why Skeeter G and others are allowed to operate. I know what I'm talking about. Work in the industry, and they worked for Alex for 4 years. Yeah, I'm doing that actually right now. I used a script for AI, so let's see. Before this documentary begins, I want to offer a brief clarification. This video is an educational documentary focused on online safety, behavioral analysis, and the psychological dynamics associated with manipulative or harmful digital communication. The goal is to help viewers recognize red flags, understand grooming patterns, and promote safer online environments. All interviews shown in this documentary involve voluntary adult participants. To comply with YouTube's terms of service and to protect privacy, all identifying information, including names, faces, voices, locations, and personal details, has been removed or altered. This documentary does not accuse any private individual of criminal activity. Any analysis presented here is for educational and informational purposes only and is not a substitute for law enforcement investigation or legal judgment. No one involved in this documentary is acting as law enforcement, nor does anyone claim any legal authority or investigative powers. Our role is limited to education, commentary, and documentation. Oh, okay, hold on. This is gonna be really funny. This is a AI avatar, so it's gonna be like it's using a picture of me, but it's gonna make that talk, I guess, visually. It's generating at 0%. I'll just talk with chat until then. Then there are a huge amount of people that go after predator poachers politically. Alex is involved with more than just predator catching. He's known in independent activist spaces. Yeah. I mean, from what I know, from what I've heard, I think it is they're just nuking predator catcher channels though, because of the algorithm. Because it's not just Alex they're taking down. Like that could happen, but 5%. Predator catching is political. I mean, pretty much everything is political. Now, if your post includes the charge in the video, it'll be hard for them to take down. It's educational purposes at that point. My vids have been safe since I've done it, but I don't know anything. Yeah, I'll definitely post the charges. The case number. Probably might even be better to show a legal analysis of it. Although, if you're showing the charges though, doesn't that mess up the PII? The powers that be change laws that help creds. Yeah, I call it the pedophilic justice system. You'll probably get a later sentence if you're a pedophile. One of the latest posts, how do you make Madden harder? Take it off easy mode. Bro, what? Well, I mean, I'm gonna take every precaution I need, so there's gonna be a disclaimer, definitely. Let's see. It's at 33% done. It's gonna be done by AI though. I have two disclaimers, but I also know how to edit. I have the charges in my vids, so YouTube can't say shit. It's legit. It won't be considered bullying, harassment. Yeah, definitely. Then I think I'm gonna then make like just like a promotion video after, and then that should be what I need. I think I'm actually I'm actually just gonna like plan this whole documentary on a live. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Hey, Michael Beverly. I think I said Illinois with an S. So it's gonna be like an AI me up there. How things been going in this place? Well, I'm getting some stuff done. Since I've been using the disclaimers, I've been okay. I did get one strike because I did play Ozzy's last concert unlisted with over 400 people there. They struck me after almost 10 hours of concert. Okay, then for sure you'll be good. I probably will do that though. Like really emphasize the charges. So that's actually really good though. So you don't have to block like the name or anything when you do that, because I'll completely do that. I'll completely do that if I can. No, it's public info. Look at the long crime vids. They include charges. Oh shit, that's good. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. That's what I'll do. I'll put in the beginning and the end a case follow up. Because if anything, I like to get into that stuff too, like the law. Or I maybe watch a couple of his streams too. That might give you some ideas. I haven't seen too many of them, but oh, it's generated. Oh shit, it's generated. If any information uncovered. Oh, this looks weird. This is bro. Hold on. All right. I'm gonna show what this looks like. Hold on. I'm gonna show what this looks like. This is gonna be good for the internet. I'm gonna enter the studio. Hold on. We're going back to the computer. Going back to the computer. Muted. Test, test. Oh. I think this is a, yeah, I think this is a one. This is a real one. So I'm gonna show what it looks like, what it's gonna look like. This is gonna be interesting. Watch this. Share tab. I'm gonna speed it up though. I'm gonna speed it up. Before this documentary begins, I want to offer a brief clarification. This video is an educational documentary focused on online safety, behavioral analysis, and the psychological dynamics associated with manipulative or harmful digital communication. The goal is to help viewers recognize red flags, understand grooming patterns, and promote safer online environments. All interviews shown in this documentary involve voluntary adult participants. To comply with YouTube's terms of service and to protect privacy, all identifying information, including names, faces, voices, locations, and personal details, has been removed or altered. This documentary does not accuse any private individual of criminal activity. Any analysis presented here is for educational and informational purposes only and is not a substitute for law enforcement investigation or legal judgment. No one involved in this documentary is acting as law enforcement, nor does anyone claim any legal authority or investigative powers. Our role is limited to education, commentary, and documentation. If any information uncovered during the creation of this documentary appears legally relevant or involves potential criminal activity, it is referred to the appropriate law enforcement agencies. Determining whether a crime occurred and taking any action is solely the responsibility of law enforcement. This documentary may be useful for academic discussions, training, research, and broader examination of online behavior from psychological and sociological perspectives. It is not intended to harass, shame, or target any person or group, and viewers should not attempt to recreate, confront, or imitate any interaction depicted here. Thank you for watching responsibly. So it looks creepy as hell. It's a good disclaimer, but it looks creepy as hell, and it's probably gonna give me a nightmare. But it's got to be sped up for sure. Let's try 1.5, and I think it's gonna take 2. Yeah. Oh, so not like a documentary. I mean, like the catch is gonna be in a documentary format. That's what it's gonna be. Do I actually sound like that? I don't know. I don't even know what watching responsibly means. Definitely don't watch irresponsibly. Before this documentary begins, I want to offer a brief clarification. This video is an educational documentary focused on online safety, behavioral analysis, and the psychological dynamics associated with manipulative or harmful digital communication. The goal is to help viewers recognize red flags, understand grooming patterns, and promote safer online environments. All interviews shown in this documentary involve voluntary adult participants. To comply with YouTube's terms of service and to protect privacy, all identifying information, including names, faces, voices, locations, and personal details, has been removed or altered. This documentary does not accuse any private individual of criminal activity. Any analysis presented here is for educational and informational purposes only and is not a substitute for law enforcement investigation or legal judgment. No one involved in this documentary is acting as law enforcement, nor does anyone claim any legal authority or investigative powers. Our role is limited to education, commentary, and documentation. If any information uncovered during the creation of this documentary appears legally relevant or involves potential criminal activity, it is referred to the appropriate law enforcement agencies. Determining whether a crime occurred and taking any action is solely the responsibility of law enforcement. This documentary may be useful for academic discussions, training, research, and broader examination of online behavior from psychological and sociological perspectives. It is not intended to harass, shame, or target any person or group, and viewers should not attempt to recreate, confront, or imitate any interaction depicted here. Thank you for watching responsibly. Thank you for watching responsibly. I mean, it does a job. It looks creepy as hell, but it does the job. Maybe I don't know. Trying to think of any tweaks to that. I think it's fast enough though. I think it's only gonna be, so if I put the it's only gonna be 1minute and 44 seconds. I don't think that's too bad. Trying to think. I'm just gonna go with that. I don't know. Could be better. You should put a hat on when you do the intro. Yeah. Red button and famous quote. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I remember that. I think we should probably play that. The red button. Should we play that? Let's get Haystack. Hold up. Let's pull up some Haystack. Live stream videos. Where's the red button? Oh, it's right here.
I'm gonna hit the red button every single time for the issue on the issue of child porn. I will say that I'm gonna tell the police everything that I know. Everything that I know, I'm gonna tell the police. Every little thing I can think of. So whatever they find, hopefully there's nothing there. But I'm gonna freak the fuck out over here. But yeah, I don't care what the cost is. I don't care if it means turning in my family. I don't give a fuck. If I find out even the potentiality of child porn, that's gonna freak me the fuck out enough for me to call the police, and then the police can deal with it. Once a CP, it's out of my hands. I don't deal in CP. You're gonna find out real quick that I'm not fucking around. Potential of child porn on a server? That was one sin. Once, that's enough. Please. Why would you report
Bitch,
the
please.
server? Cause it's child porn! That's why. You stupid fuck. Did you not fucking hear me? Are you deaf? Are you
Stupid fuck.
not hearing what I'm fucking telling you? Listen. It's child porn. Just the word. I don't give a fuck. That's why, dummy. What?
You have no idea what happened.
I heard here's all I know. All I know is the potentiality of child porn on a server was one sin, and that goes to the police every single fucking time.
Read the whole conversation.
I don't give a fuck.
It's
I don't give a fuck. I heard the word potentiality of child porn. That goes to the police every fucking time.
Ryan, you're fucking with something.
I don't give a fuck. I'm not fucking with no one. I'm not fucking with you. This is a fucking serious issue. I don't give a fuck.
Then you're gonna mess up a fucking investigation.
No, I don't give a fuck. I will call the police every single fucking
I'm
time.
telling you to do exactly that, you fucker.
I did. Today, I sent all the information to a detective. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about you. I send it over to the police. I don't know if you understand the seriousness of this issue, but I will act very serious.
You do not.
No, I do. I send it to the police.
You call DPD like I just said.
I don't give a fuck. I call the police. The first trade will be my correspondence to the Marlboro police, and then we'll figure out the rest of the shit.
Yeah.
Then I'll report to the proper government agency, whatever the fuck. But I don't know if you're fucking listening. I don't know if you're hearing whatever it is in your ear. But the word child porn, you fucking dummy. The word child porn. Hello, it's fucking.
I know, Ryan.
Viewing it is a fucking crime. You'll get 4 fucking time, even if it's on your server.
It's not me that did it, so don't even fucking
Well, I don't give a fuck, but the police are gonna find out. You fucking dummy. Do you hear the word child porn? Is that not going through your fucking head?
Channel clip a little piece of it and you freaked out over about reading what.
Oh, I will freak out every single fucking time, bro. Every single time.
Ryan, shut up.
You better be sure that shut up. You're on my panel. You're on my panel.
No, I don't care. I'm done with the community anyways.
Then go fuck yourself.
You guys go fuck yourselves first. You guys have cyberbullied people. You guys have
Listen, you know what?
I don't know who's involved entirely in all that, but at least know, and you guys, whoever it was, will get taken down. So have a good day.
You and the police.
Yeah. I don't know. I went off on that. I lost my hinges and became unhinged. I think I remember I saw like one comment or something that set it off. It was saying like, why would you like report it to the police or something? And I was like, yeah, because child porn. Your Diddy was Ed's. Oh, I don't know what that is. What's up, Jersey? Oh, actually, I didn't even pin the link. I usually do that shit. I think we're live on Kick too. So anytime pretty much I go live here, I go live on Kick. Live on Kick. Just gonna... Yeah, I always pin it. No, so it's K-I-C-K. K-I-C-K. Yeah, I'm just gonna like export this. I think what I'll do is I'm just gonna go with it. I want to be a perfectionist about it. Um, or I think I'll download the video and the audio. Disclaimer, and then I'll just say vid. I'll also download the audio. AUD. That'll probably be better. KICK. Yeah, so now yeah, I think I'll like make the promotion video later, but I want to figure out a way to plan the documentary. Like how to plan the format. So I'm just gonna tell ChatGPT what I know. So I have edited catches for I have edited the catches for, words I can't say. But I want to figure out a format for the documentary and how it should be. Can you help with that? Is a ChatGPT. Something's changed. Oh. All right. Title.
Absolutely. And this is exactly the right thing to be focusing on. You're transitioning from catch videos to documentary storytelling, which is safer for YouTube, more professional, and way more scalable long term. Let's build you a complete, repeatable, plug and play documentary format. Something you can use for every case that protects you, protects the platform, looks professional, fits your mission, fits your new disclaimer, keeps UTOS safe, is easier to edit, creates a brand identity, works on YouTube, Kick, Rumble, and Locals. I'll break this into a 7-section structure that you can follow every time. This is exactly how successful true crime channels do it. The official NVCAP documentary format, 100% YouTube safe, educational, and scalable. Mashatter intro title card, 5 to 10 seconds. Purpose, set the tone, show professionalism, show this is a documentary. Includes title. An NVCAP documentary. Dark atmospheric background. Soft music. Your branding, optional. A short quote on online safety. NAR disclaimer intent statement, 15 to 25 seconds. This is where you run the disclaimer we just refined. Educational, behavioral analysis, psychological focus. No accusations, privacy protected. Not law enforcement, not vigilante, academic relevance. This protects the whole video. Now, opening narration, 30 to 60 seconds. Purpose, introduce the topic, not the individual. Tone, calm, investigative, analytical. Example, in today's documentary, we examine a series of online conversations that highlight the psychological patterns often seen in manipulative digital interactions. This case provides insight into grooming red flags, boundary testing, and the escalation process that can occur in private messaging apps. This tells YouTube, this is about behavior, not targeting someone. Chat log analysis section, 2 to 5 minutes. This is the heart of the documentary. Do not show explicit text. Do not show identifying details. Do not show faces. Do not show anything that implies guilt. Instead, show summaries, like the conversation began on platform type, not name. Over time, the tone shifted from friendly to boundary testing. Certain messages revealed attempts to isolate the perceived minor emotionally. Here are the psychological markers we observed. Break it into chapters. Initial approach, boundary testing, escalation, behavior pattern, red flags overlay with your narration. This section is pure education, not confrontation. Number, interview section, 1 to 3 minutes. This is your blurred anonymized interview. Rules, no face, voice altered, no accusations, no PII, keep it calm, neutral, journalistic. Narration before it, we conducted an anonymized interview with the participant to understand their perspective on the conversation and their reasoning behind certain messages. If the interview contains self-incriminating statements, you do not emphasize guilt. You simply observe behavior. Your questions should be neutral. What led you to continue the conversation? What were you thinking during this message? What was your understanding of the age? It must look like analysis, not interrogation. Number, behavioral psychological analysis, 2 to 4 minutes. This section is where the video becomes YouTube and academically friendly. Break down the behavior, not the person. Grooming patterns, boundary testing, cognitive dissonance, online disinhibition, manipulation tactics, power imbalance, pathways of escalation. Use phrases like research shows a common behavioral mechanism is. In online safety work, it's important to recognize. This aligns with known psychological models such as. This is the section that elevates your content from catch videos to documentary education. Law enforcement and procedure, 30 to 60 seconds. This is where you state, you are not law enforcement, you do not decide guilt. You report any concerning information. Police handle all
Yeah, I think it. Yeah, let me see. I was kind of reading like what it would kind of recommend. Yeah, it's actually, it needs to be tweaked. I'm actually decoing with the pred. Yeah, so the one in Kentucky is talking to me right now. Some about sex toys. We're gonna catch him. Yeah, I have no idea why it looks so dark. I don't know what's going on. All right, and I will be able to find this guy. Yeah, I think I have like a really strong one in Virginia and Kentucky. It's looking like. I want to just lock in the one in Tennessee. Brian's lights are cut off. Yeah, it's a lot brighter than it looks. I mean, it's kind of dim, but it looks really dark on camera. Bro, what? It sounds very weird. My chair. Oh shit! He got graphic. Use them on you while he eats blank. Okay, wow. All right, that's really These chat logs are bad. The one in Kentucky is gonna be bad. I'm gonna say like in real life. See if it gets closer to a meet. I think it's probably better this way. It's kind of showing the process. I think my chair is my biggest troll. It is. You don't get a $15 chair without consequences. He's responding. Like in real life, it's Beeb. I'm saying like where and how. He's responding. Every time you hear that sound, he's responding. He's typing. Okay, yeah, he just said a bunch of graphic shit. Yeah, I'm decoying. Trying to figure out how to say what I'm gonna say. Um, Let me see if I was gonna review the chat logs for a bit. Hold on. I'll just say I'm afraid of new people at first. Is that okay? I bet COOE. Oh, I don't know. Let's see what he says. Yeah, the thing is, he's not saying anything about a meet. Try to figure out something. Okay. Like, when would we do this? It's kind of slow, so slow parades are frustrating. Rubber chicken emoji. All right. It's up to you. I don't want to do anything you don't want to. I know, but when did you want to? Thanksgiving? Well, it's kind of Thanksgiving Eve. But yeah. Yeah, we have a bad one in Kentucky. The next ICAC trainer. Okay, he wants the girl to. Oh, yeah, he wants the girl to live with them. Alright, we're going on the right track. It's getting close. And then, I want to go about identifying them. I actually have a system, for like how I kind of assess catches and kind of like an easier to read away. But I want to see if it works before I discuss it. the live with you part. So he wants the decoy to live with them. What? It's dark as it's so dark. I promise this is not that dark. Yeah. I like the LED lights. Yeah, you said that. He's typing. We're getting closer. I want to do a lot of lives like this just to show like the process of it all. Actually, nah. I need a little more than that. So you want me to live in your house? Say, do you live alone? Say, okay, I want to. Yeah, I'm decoying. I'm actually doing kind of some other things. I'm decoying a monster. A monster. If you're inviting. All right. And I'm gonna identify this guy. I almost kind of want to break down my system that I kind of set up, but it's not necessarily been tried yet. But it's like working well. It seems to be going in the right direction. But yeah. Would you be in a relationship with me and be my woman living with me? Yeah, if you want. Alright, so I have a question. Is asking them to live with you inviting them to your house? What do you guys think? I think so. It's one thing to invite someone to their house, but then see if he'll say something to that. An inquiry about potential habitation is not a firm offer to come over to a house. Yeah, I can see that. I keep saying, when would that'll happen? Yeah, that's kind of the stuff you gotta think about, like getting the right things that stick. All right. I want to actually do a lot of streams like this. Like I like decoying and editing. Some reason it really helps my workflow, and also it kind of shows the process too. You were a child. The motherfucker shouldn't be saying that. I'll say, oh, like soon when. It says hopefully soon. He's kind of vague. It's kind of frustrating. He's not explaining what he means. Yeah, it looks dark as hell. I have no idea why. Yeah, the only thing is he's not he's not setting up a meet though. He's offering to he's crossed multiple lines, but he just hasn't set up a meet. He's typing. Oh, that's a good one. Say, yeah. Do you have a bed for me? See, I didn't even think of that. Is he local? He is not local. He's in Kentucky. We're doing a southern trip. We're going south. This guy's in Kentucky. Where's this guy from? Oh, this guy's in Ohio. It's another guy. He says we'll be sleeping together. Told you I'd love to help think of replies for these monsters. I got you anytime. Yeah, just be in chat. You know, I kind of like this format. In the same bed. trying to think, because what I'm trying to do, I'm not trying to make this a door knock. I'm trying to get them to now, like, meet in a public place. Are there cool places? What? If you have a boyfriend, you can bring him also. Oh gosh, no. I don't. That's weird. Why would he want the boyfriend? Isn't it boys too? That's literally what he said. Yeah, I actually said that earlier in the chat logs. I don't see why. You're gorgeous. What is there to do for fun in your area? Will he be providing alcohol? Well, that's kind of me bringing it up though, because you never mentioned anything about alcohol. So that actually is something I can't say, because that would be like me bringing that up. Do you find it odd that? Yeah. Kids don't know what buzzballs are though. They shouldn't. Okay, not much. Go riding. We could find some things. Say anything in particular. He's typing. Yeah, I said anything in particular. Anything you could think of, but I don't live there. So I'm asking you. Well, this guy's gonna be dumb as fuck though, for real. This guy's gonna be dumb as fuck. It's gonna be a smooth brain. I'm gonna need to explain everything. You know. It's probably gonna be a frustrating interview for me, but it's gonna be funny for the internet. Let's see. Maybe it might give me a dap for saying the kids shouldn't be on the site. You know? And it was a fake decoy. There was a catch in Pennsylvania. I don't know if you guys remember. He like dapped me up and said, "Well, the kid shouldn't be on the girl shouldn't be on the site." You know what I'm saying, right? Yeah, I don't know what it was with that one. All right, he is typing, so we're making progress. Like we're all MVCat. We're all a part of this. We're putting in work. I mean, there's certain things I wouldn't do live. Like I'm not showing the chat logs or anything. I'm just kind of reading it. So that's good. That's one of their biggest excuses. We can find something, hopefully. Say, what do you do for fun? Jesus. That will be an issue, though, because if he doesn't want to meet, that's an issue. Exactly, though, you're reading it and giving a baseline that Preds can work against to figure out systems to avoid detection. I mean, well, it's not like there's really like a method to it like that. It's just kind of the conversation. I mean, that would just kind of be like if someone posted chat logs, then that could be harmful. Like it'd be rated in that category. Like outdoors, going riding, fishing, be with my woman. Okay, I just want to make sure it's safe. At first. Just be careful. I wish for success. Yeah, I just don't agree, honestly. I mean, it's just what it is. Agree or disagree. First, remember listening to PvP Decoy. He doesn't hide it. Anyone in general. And he's being very vague. Very vague. I mean, I just don't see how it is a bad idea. WhatsApp's looking on apps in the first place aren't very bright. I doubt they're criminal masterminds studying decoy calls. Yeah. I mean, but the thing is, though, I'm just like some dude streaming in Massachusetts, and he's all the way in Kentucky, and I'm not really identifying anything about him, so I don't see how that would work. So the banning of Alex has to do with him being anti-woke because Gatorjian, who has far-left politics, allowed to grow on YouTube with 1 million subs. Not all catchers are being removed. Only the so-called right-leaning catchers are being removed. I mean, well, shit, I'm a left-leaning catcher, so maybe I'll be good. I think it's kind of more of like the documentary style, though. I think that's what it is. Because when you do it like in a documentary style, I think that's a completely. It kind of just reads differently, renders differently. Yeah, so this is kind of a problem with the chat logs, because like I've said multiple times, like, okay, I just want to make sure it's safe at first. I wouldn't put, then he says, I wouldn't put you in danger. I know, but anyone in general. Then he says, no, babe, they wouldn't. So he's not pushing to any kind of meat at all. Like, he just is incapable of understanding what I'm trying to say. I'm not sure how to go about this. I just didn't want to move too fast straight to living with someone. Well, there are, but there's even if it was a ring, there's no way that it'd be very difficult to put two and two together with what's going on right here to like a particular person in Kentucky. Like that could be anyone. Yeah, I think I'll just like let it build. That's probably the best idea. Let's tweak the documentary plan. Yeah, so what I have is I already made the disclaimer. I need to make the promo video. but I'm talking about like the format of it. Like start with an intro and then show maybe pieces of the interview and then the chat logs and then a breakdown. Like a format like that. That's kind of how I wanted to do it. I'm asking ChatGPT. All right. Probably an opening intro. And then it says the disclaimer video. It says 15 to 30 seconds. It'll really be like a minute and a half. Quick trailer montage. Okay, so it's kind of showing just like a preview of it. Like all the groups on Telegram that the Preds admit to Alex. Yeah, definitely. No, when I say promotion video, I mean like reinforcing the other platforms where they can actually watch and find the catch. I mean platform safe promo video. Oh no, it's not what I meant at all. No, so that's not what I. That's not what I meant at all. So I already have the disclaimer. I don't need a disclaimer. I'm talking about a video promoting all of the platforms to find anything to do with MVCap and catches. To bring them to those platforms. As soon as I'm comfortable around you. He says, when could you? Yeah, and I'll just leave it there. Yeah. All right, so basically on Facebook and Rumble, that's where I want to put I guess it'll be an edited catch, but it won't be censored. And pretty much everything will be put on locals. And Instagram will be more of shorter clips. And yeah, and Fireside will be a deeper dive into the legality and movement of predator catching and a deeper analysis. And also where I go live. Oh, yeah, the California one. Yeah, and also stress the ones that are free and the ones that are paid. But then also on locals, there's a free part of it where you can see court updates for free being sent to you by an email and can find updates on Facebook. Court updates. Happy Turkey Day, Ryan. Yeah, hope everyone has a good Thanksgiving tomorrow. Yeah, I think I want to be live for a long time. I want to try to make the format for the documentary style format and then like make one. I think I'm gonna make one right here in this live. Rumble. Well, no. So the Fireside is the only other channel on YouTube. So and if it's being premiered, these documentaries will probably happen on the big MVCap channel. So there's no need to promote that channel. Yeah. I mean, it's just the process. Thanks for clearing that up. All right. So we'll see if they got it right. Edited catches that are uncensored. Okay. Would be the best way to put this all on a video, though. What are your thoughts on PHI and Nunya just existing in the community? Yeah. Yeah, but would you be able to make the video? Yeah, we're not trying to have any drama or fighting or anything. I don't know if that was actually Cap. Well, actually, it was Cap. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not trying to have any of that go on. Hold on. All right. He's asking about male friends. Yeah. Why? He says, just wondering. So he doesn't really answer questions. What would be the best AI tool, or do you think the script would be good for making a NVCat promotional video pointing to the other platforms and links? He's saying, have you ever seen a dick? Actually, that would make it so that if he sends a dick pic, that would be a crime. He said, have you ever seen a dick? And then I just said, no, I haven't. Yeah, we're all working. We gotta focus. Oh, it's later all of a sudden. I could show you mine. That's only if you want to. Say sure if you want. Oh, it's like a meth clause comment right there, Julie. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I think in video would be a good one. Yeah, I think in video would work. How would I go about that if I go within video? NVIDIA, no. No, in video, not NVIDIA. Yeah, he sent a dick pic. That was a catch. Now it's a catch. I don't even know how to respond. I'll say cool. I don't know. Oh, damn. Phone took a fall. Yeah, that's definitely a catch. Now I want to go with the paid plan. I want good quality. So now he wants to see a pic of the decoy. So now I'm saying, like he said, I wish I could see your blank. So I just responded, I don't really know you too well yet, you know. Okay. So now he is sending obscenity to a minor. And hold on. What are the legal implications of sending an obscenity to a minor in Kentucky? ChatGPT always starts with not saying they can't answer the question and then they answer the question. It's a weird thing. So I can't give financial advice, but here's some financial advice. Hold on.
I can give you general legal information about the law in Kentucky, but not legal advice and not guidance for enforcement or action. This is strictly educational, legal context info. Kentucky has very serious laws regarding sending obscene material to a minor. Here is the clean breakdown. Kentucky law. Distribution of obscene material to minors. The law is found in KRS 531.06. Distribution of obscene matter to minors and test KRF 510.5. Use of a minor in a sexual performance as it applies to digital communication. There are two main categories of crime. Number 1, sending sexual content obscenity to a minor. This includes sending nude photos, explicit messages, sexual solicitations, descriptions of a sexual act, or any obscene communication. Under KRS 5531 1.060, this is generally a Class A misdemeanor for basic obscenity, up to 12 months jail plus fines. But if the communication is sexually explicit, harmful to minors, or part of grooming behavior, additional statutes apply. Number 2, using electronic communication to sexually induce a minor. This is where penalties get much higher. Kentucky has a specific law, KRS 510.155, unlawful use of electronic means to induce a minor to engage in sexual activity. This covers sending sexual messages, asking for sexual acts, trying to arrange a meet, nudity requests, sending sexual images, grooming through messages. This is a Class D felony, 1 to 5 years in prison. If the suspect believed the person was under 16, it is even more serious. Number 3, sending nude photos or explicit images to a minor. This can trigger KRF 31.3110, possession or distribution of matter portraying a sexual performance by a minor. If the suspect sends any nude image, they risk charges under Class D felony, 1 to 5 years. If the suspect solicits nude images from a minor, it can be Class C felony, 5 to 10 years. Number 4, obscenity. Under Kentucky law, Kentucky defines obscenity using the standard appeals to sexual interest, is patently offensive, lacks any serious literary, artistic, scientific value, harmful to minors. Even explicit text messages alone can qualify as obscenity, harmful to minors. This is typically charged under KRS PAC 531.02, obscenity. And task KRS 531.03, distribution of obscenity penalties vary but can include misdemeanor if basic, felony if tied to a minor. Number 5, attempted or believed minor still counts. Kentucky law is clear. Even if the recipient was not actually a minor, if the suspect believed they were, felony charges still apply. This is explicitly stated in KRS 510.155, attempts and communications count. Summary, non-legal advice, just facts. If someone in Kentucky sends sexual messages or obscene content to someone they believe is a minor, basic obscenity to a minor, Class A misdemeanor, sexual explicit messages. Class D felony, 1 to 5 years. Sending nude images, Class D felony, 1 to 5 years. Requesting nude images, Class C felony, 5 to 10 years. Grooming via electronic communication, felony. Attempt counts even if minor is a decoy. Kentucky takes electronic sexual communication with minors very seriously, and charges can escalate quickly. If you want, I can also explain, non-legally, how Kentucky distinguishes obscene versus sexual performance. What elements prosecutors in KY generally need. How electronic communication is treated under KY law. Differences between Kentucky and federal charges. What age thresholds? Under 12, under 16, under 18, change penalties. Just tell me what direction you want, and I'll keep it purely informational.
So, according to the Porty LGB method, this person so far is at PORY and now also L and G, but not yet B. Okay.
Got it? Let's map this cleanly using your Porty LGB system exactly as you've designed it. You said, open quote, so far this person is at PORY and now also L and G, but not yet B, close quote. Let's decode that step by step in the exact order your method requires. Number 1, Y, age drop confirmed. This is always first. If they continued after the age drop, Y is locked in. You said this box is filled, so. Number 2, O, sexual conversation after age drop confirmed. If the person engaged in sexual talk after the decoy disclosed their age, O auto marks. You confirmed this. And remember, red outranks orange. Orange outranks yellow. But since R is already marked, O and Y are automatically assumed. Number 3, R, crime occurred confirmed. You said the person sent obscenity to a minor. That is a crime in every state, including Kentucky. Therefore, R is marked. Once R is marked, Y automatically counted, O automatically counted. R is the highest of YOR. Number 4, P, plan to identify, purple. You said they are at P, not B, which means they are identifiable or partly identifiable. You have not yet fully confirmed their identity with final evidence. This means they are identifiable, purple, but not fully confirmed, blue and not B yet, final identity locked. This aligns with your rule that blue is only confirmed when final identification evidence exists. Number 5, L, asked for nude sexual images, confirmed. If they requested nude content from the decoy, L is marked independently. You said this happened. Number 6, G, sent nude explicit images, confirmed. If they sent explicit images, G is marked independently.
Okay. So yeah, so with all these marks, all these flags, what are the legal implications in Kentucky statute? Does this catch fall? All right, so this is basically like where this case actually would stand legally per state statute. Okay.
I can absolutely explain how the behavior you listed lines up with Kentucky statutes, but this must stay general plus educational, not legal advice, not instructions for enforcement, and not guidance for what you should do. You asked, open quote, with all these flags, PORYLG, what are the legal implications in Kentucky? Does this catch fall under any statutes? Close quote. Here's the clean breakdown. Legal implications in Kentucky. General information only. Based on the behaviors you listed. Continued after age drop. Y. Sexual conversation after age drop. A crime occurred. R. Asked for nudes. Sent explicit images. G. The conduct described aligns with multiple Kentucky statutes, depending on the exact details of the message's images. Here's how they map. Number 1, unlawful use of electronic means to induce a minor to engage in sexual activity. KRS 510.155. Class D felony, 1 to 5 years. Applies when someone uses electronic communication, knowing or believing the person is a minor, to induce, entice, or solicit sexual activity. Your marks, YOR, strongly indicate this category could apply in a real case. Number 2, distribution of obscene matter to minors. KRS 5531.60. Class A misdemeanor or felony, depending on content. This covers sending obscene content to someone under 18, knowing or believing them to be a minor. However, if the content is sexualized, it overlaps with more serious offenses below. Number 3, distribution of matter portraying a sexual performance by a minor, requester of nudes. KRS 531.3110, Class C felony, 5 to 10 years. If he asked the decoy, believed minor, for nude or sexual images, L-flag, this can meet elements of soliciting a sexual performance. Kentucky treats requesting a minor's nude image as very serious. Number 4, distributing sexual images to a minor. Class D felony, 1 to 5 years. This would fall under KRS 5531.340, KRS 531.22, harmful to minors, KRS 510.155, if sexual intent is present. Your G flag, sent explicit images, matches this category. Sending sexual images to someone believed to be under 18 can be charged ASH, distributing obscene matter to a minor, or using electronic means to induce sexual activity, or sexual performance offenses, depending on context. Number 5, attempted crimes still count in Kentucky. This is important. Kentucky law does not require the person to be an actual minor, only that the suspect believed they were communicating with a minor. This is written directly into the statutes involving electronic grooming. Even if the minor is a decoy, Kentucky courts have upheld convictions under KRS 510.155, KRS 531.060, KRS 531.3110. So the age drop Y flag is legally meaningful in Kentucky. Number 6, the combination of flags O plus RLG equals multiple charges possible. Again, purely educational, but logically, sexual messages after age drop, KRS 510.155 felony, request for nudes, KRS 531.310, Class C felony, sending explicit images, Class D felony, continued communication, supports intent under 510.155. Age acknowledged shows knowledge, which is a required element. This is not unusual. In Kentucky, suspects are often charged with 2 to 4 counts arising from the same conversation, depending on what was said. Number 7, P, plan to identify, does not affect legal classification. That's your flag for internal tracking, not part of Kentucky statutes. Bottom line, general legal context, with flags, Y, continued after age drop, O, sexual talk, R, crime occurred, L, asked for nudes, G, sent explicit images. The communication fits the general legal category of electronic sexual communication with a minor, KRS 510.155, felony, plus solicitation of sexual images from a minor, KRS 531.31, felony, plus sending explicit images to a minor, felony, plus distribution of obscene matter to a minor, misdemeanor or felony depending on context. This is high severity behavior under Kentucky law. If you want, I can give you a general overview, not advice, of how Kentucky courts typically treat decoy cases, how prosecutors usually combine charges, how age difference changes severity, how intent is demonstrated legally, how harmful to minors is defined. Just tell me what angle you want. I keep it purely informational.
Yeah, let me know how the courts handle it and kind of how the prosecutors actually would treat it. But a main thing I want to ask is, do they deliberately exclude decoys that are citizens, even if it's ill-advised? And what are the what are the legal implications of that? $7 to 20 years minimum at this point, according to these statutes.
I can give you general legal information about how courts and prosecutors treat cases involving decoys, including citizen decoys, law enforcement decoys, and how Kentucky and most states typically handle the evidentiary issues. This is not legal advice, not guidance on how to run stings, and not encouragement of any enforcement activity. This is purely educational context based on publicly known case law, prosecutorial policy, and how courts have ruled in analogous situations. Number 1, how Kentucky courts handle electronic solicitation cases. Generally, Kentucky case law mirrors federal precedent on this. Courts in Kentucky have repeatedly held the minor does not need to be real. Belief equals enough. This principle is consistent with federal cases, Kentucky Court of Appeals rulings, decisions in other states under similar statutes. Meaning, open quote, if the defendant believed the person was underage, the crime is complete even if the minor is a decoy. Close quote. This applies equally whether the decoy is law enforcement, a civilian, an adult volunteer, an undercover adult representing a minor. The law is structured around the defendant's intent, not the decoy's identity. Number 2, how prosecutors generally treat cases with decoys. This varies by county, DA philosophy, and circumstances, but generally, law enforcement run decoy operations. Prosecutors treat these cases as strong because evidence is controlled, chain of custody is clean, conversational logs are preserved correctly, officers testify, no entrapment issues, identifications are verified professionally. These are the easiest cases to prosecute. Civilian decoys, citizens. This is where things get more complicated, but not invalid. Prosecutors can charge cases involving citizen decoy chats, confrontation videos, self-recorded evidence, social media sting evidence, texting logs obtained by civilians. But they often look at totality of circumstances and evaluate 1, quality and completeness of evidence, 2, chain of custody problems, 3, any gaps in the chat logs, 4, any editing concerns, 5, whether identification is clear, 6, whether the civilian stayed within legal boundaries, 7, whether any entrapment concerns arise. Most prosecutors avoid cases where the civilian tampered with evidence, pressured the suspect, escalated the conversation, changed the suspect's intent, interfered with law enforcement, confronted in ways that complicate charges, risk safety issues. But none of that automatically disqualifies the case. There are multiple examples where citizen-run decoy evidence was used in court in Kentucky when law enforcement validated the evidence after the fact. Number 3, do prosecutors deliberately exclude cases involving civilian decoys? Not automatically, not by law, and not categorically. But the hurdles are real. They do drop cases when evidence is incomplete, decoy's conduct affects entrapment analysis, identity cannot be verified, conversations look coerced, confrontation escalates things, suspect claims coercion or misrepresentation, chain of custody is unclear, decoy deleted important messages, decoy deviated from a realistic minor persona, safety concerns complicate prosecution. They do pursue cases when evidence is clean, chain of custody is intact, decoy didn't induce anything, the suspect initiated the sexual escalation, the suspect acknowledged the age, the content clearly meets statutory requirements, the decoy didn't violate major evidentiary rules. So it's not the fact that a civilian was the decoy that stops prosecution. It's the quality and admissibility of what the civilian captured. Number 4, what Kentucky courts care about most. Regardless of decoy type, Kentucky courts mainly evaluate element 1. Did the suspect believe the person was a minor? Age drop acknowledgement equals core evidence. Element 2. Did the suspect initiate or continue sexual content after that? This covers solicitation statutes. Element 3. Did the suspect request nudes or send explicit content? This activates felony levels. Element 4. Is the evidence trustworthy and complete? This is where civilians sometimes struggle. Element 5. Did the decoy induce anything unnatural? Entrapment applies only to government agents, but inducement still matters for credibility. Number 5. Legal implications of using a civilian decoy. Strictly informational. A civilian is not subject to entrapment limitations. Entrapment is a defense only against government conduct. So civilians cannot entrap people legally, cannot violate entrapment doctrine because they are not government actors. But prosecutors must still believe evidence is credible and admissible. Civilian evidence sometimes looks sloppy, incomplete, overly confrontational, not properly preserved, missing critical messages, untrustworthy, poorly documented, legally risky. The prosecutor wants to make sure the jury trusts the evidence. The defense cannot claim fakery or manipulation. The civilian didn't cross legal boundaries themselves. Number 6. Civilian decoys do not invalidate evidence. This is the key answer to your question. Kentucky prosecutors do not exclude cases simply because a civilian ran the decoy, but they do examine message logs, preservation, continuity, reliability, whether police can corroborate identity, whether evidence was safely and legally obtained, whether the civilian interfered with police investigation. If those elements are solid, cases can and have been pursued. Number 7. The main legal implication of civilian involvement. Strictly informational. Civilian involvement adds evidentiary risk, not legal prohibition, meaning possible challenges to authenticity, possible challenges to tampering, possible credibility issues, greater scrutiny of the decoy's conduct, need for police to revalidate evidence. But nothing in Kentucky statute excludes citizen evidence from grooming, solicitation, or obscenity cases. Final summary, general information only. Kentucky does not ban civilian decoy cases, but prosecutors want clean evidence. Courts care about the defendant's belief, not the decoy's identity. Civilian stings are not automatically invalid. Police must validate identity evidence to move forward. The biggest hurdles are evidentiary, not statutory. Entrapment does not apply to civilians. With clean chats, age drop, sexual escalation, prosecutors often could pursue charges depending on county, DA, and the specifics. If you want, I can give general information on how Kentucky juries respond to these cases, what clean evidence means in practice, common mistakes civilians make that complicate prosecution, what law enforcement usually needs to take over from a civilian to fling a city. Just tell me what direction you want.
All right, so I kind of have like an issue. Like, all right, I'll kind of just answer other couple things real quick. So yeah, I'm trying to get the guy to meet at a public place where there's people around for the meet. So I can't just like ask like things they do for fun or whatever, but like it's kind of like he's not like getting it at all. And like the decoy just said like that they want to feel safe and like, like I guess like the scenario where they would be around other people, but I just can't say that because that would, superimpose a meet, which I can't do. How should I navigate that situation? Hey, Lord God's angels.
I need to be very clear here for safety and legal reasons. I cannot help you plan, arrange, encourage, or troubleshoot a meetup with a suspect. That includes wording, strategies, conversational approaches, or ways to guide someone into a meeting. That crosses into real-world risk, potential harm, and illegal/dangerous scenarios. And I can't support or participate in that. But I can help you think about this safely, in a high-level, non-operational, non-actionable way that keeps both you and the decoy persona out of legal trouble or dangerous territory. Let me give you the safe, allowed, big-picture guidance that actually matters here. Number 1, you can't steer the person toward a meet. Period. This is not just a safety rule. This is the line between solicitation and documentation. If the decoy hints at a meet, suggests a place, brings up safety, tries to arrange anything, or nudges them toward a location, it creates legal ambiguity. Even law enforcement decoys follow strict protocols to avoid that exact issue. So you're right. You cannot say anything that pushes or suggests a meet. Number 2, you also cannot correct the suspect into understanding assess. If they're not getting it, you cannot clarify a meet, reinforce it, redirect them toward a location, create excuses that suggest a meet, bring up people, crowds, or safety, try to get them to suggest a place. All of that crosses the line. 3, the only safe approach is let them be the one to suggest anything. If they don't, then there is no meet, and you stick to chat content only. That's it. A lot of predators refuse to meet. Law enforcement deals with the same situation. It does not mean the case is worthless. Your Portal GB system proves that. Y, age drop. O, sexual talk. R, crime occurred. L, solicitation. G, sent nudes. T, if applicable. B, if identified later. All mean the case is still valuable, even without a meet. Number 4, a meet is not required for documentation or your documentary format because you're shifting toward analysis
Oh, and I'm just I'm just running an issue through ChatGPT, and I just kind of can't show it here, so I'll be muted for a while. All right, I think I'm good. I'm just resolving a possible issue. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, the issue was like I didn't steer him into a meet, but like I did suggest after he already talked about wanting a meet, um, that the Deco would want to do that in a safe way. So that's that was kind of just the issue. All right, hold on. Yeah, so the thing is, since he already talked about meeting before and all that, like, can I just straight up, like, can I suggest meeting at a safe place? And that would be what I would need? I don't know. Because I'm saying that would just make the case, like, not necessarily stronger, but it would just make it would be better if I'm interviewing him in a public place rather than knocking him on his door in, Kentucky. Safeway. No, so I already yeah, but I wanna make it so it is an interview, like I do interviews. So um, so that's kinda what I'm saying, I need to kinda get him to some kinda, like, interview, like, setting in a public place where it could be done in a manageable way. Um, and this would be after like, even if I wouldn't need a meet for the documentary or the case, that's just, like, a part of what I do. So I'm saying if I do, like, push to like, I do, like, just I guess, like, he already initiated to meet, so it's just about where to meet and how. Like, can I do that? No, so, like, there has to be a meet. like, there has to be a meet. There has to be an interview. Like, that's how this needs to be done. So, all right. Now I'm gonna be going for a lot of hours more. Yeah, so I'm decoying that guy, and then there's another guy. Um, okay, so I have another predator in Virginia, and he's checked off as PORTY of the Porty LGB method. What are the legal implications for that person in Virginia? All right. Yeah, and this guy's in Virginia, so this is a trip I'm preparing for.
I can give you general legal information about what the behavior itself typically means under Virginia law, but I cannot give legal advice, enforcement guidance, or anything operational. This is strictly educational context based on how Virginia statutes are written and how courts normally interpret online communication crimes. You said this predator is marked as PORTY. Let's decode each behavioral flag and map it to the general statutes in Virginia. Washak, Virginia law, general legal context advice. Virginia has some of the strictest laws in the country for grooming, solicitation, obscene communication, sending, asking for images, attempting sexual contact with a minor, online behavior directed toward minors. And importantly, the minor does not need to be real. Belief alone is enough. Virginia case law supports this strongly. Let's map your flags. Number 1, why continued after age disclosure. This indicates the adult knew or believed they were speaking with a minor. They continued anyway. Under VA law, this is the key element for all of the following charges. Number 2, sexual conversation after age drop. This usually falls under half 18.2-374 4.3, use of communication systems to solicit a minor. This can be class 5 felony, 1 to 10 years, if the communication is sexual and the person is believed to be under 15. If the person believes the minor is under 18, it can still be charged depending on context as a lower felony. Virginia treats sexual talk alone with a believed minor as a felony. Number 3 are Crime occurred. Crime occurred in your system means sexual communication, indecent solicitation, explicit material was sent, or other illegal acts. This usually corresponds to Check 18.2-374.1, 1, solicitation of child pornography, or Hack 18.2-370, indecent liberties with a child, Karch 18.2-374, display of obscene material to minors, depending on specifics. These range from Class 6 to Class 3 felonies. Number 4, T, past crime admission. T means the suspect admitted to past sexual crimes or past child exploitation behavior. In Virginia, this is not a standalone charge by itself, but it can affect sentencing. Increase prosecutor interest. Become supporting evidence of intent. Be used as a prior bad act, depending on circumstances. The statute that most aligns with this behavior is strengthened by pattern evidence. Virginia prosecutors take T very seriously. Number 5, P, identifiable but not fully blue. This has no legal meaning on its own. It's just your internal system. But for context, Virginia prosecutors prioritize cases where the suspect is clearly identifiable. If identity is confirmed, charges can advance faster. If identity is not yet confirmed, police will typically conduct their own validation. That's strictly informational. Legal summary. The strongest applicable Virginia statutes, based on the behaviors you listed, only the behaviors. Block 18.2-374.3, use of communications to solicit a minor, Class 5 felony, 1 to 10 years. Wahachaterd 18.2-337, indecent liberties with children, Class 5 felony. 18.24, obscene material to a minor, Class 6 felony, or Class 3 felony, depending on content. Brass 74.1, one soliciting child pornography, Class 5 or Class 4 felony. 18.2-370.1, computer solicitation, Class 5 felony. 18.2-374.1, production of child pornography, if nudes were requested, Class 2 felony. Remember, you did not mention L or G, so these last categories depend on the content. Nash important. You are not law enforcement. This is not legal advice. This is not instruction or guidance for any action. This is general info about what the behavior corresponds to under Virginia law. Summary. A predator in Virginia showing PORTY behavior is exhibiting conduct that, in a general legal sense, aligns with multiple Virginia felony statutes related to solicitation, obscene material to minors, grooming via electronic means, indecent liberties, communication with a minor for sex, admissions of past sexual misconduct. Virginia courts have historically upheld convictions even when no real minor existed. The decoy was an adult, the meeting did not occur, the suspect never left their home. Intense belief is the foundation. If you want, I can also provide, purely educational, how Virginia judges typically view solicitation cases, how prosecutors approach cases with chat logs, how intent is evaluated, how age belief is proven, what makes Virginia stricter than many states. Just tell me what direction you want.
Yeah, major question is, would they exclude citizen decoy cases? And how do these cases run in the courts usually?
I can answer this in a safe and legal way by giving you general information about how Virginia courts and prosecutors view citizen decoy evidence without advising or supporting vigilante stings or any operational activity. Here's the clear, factual, high-level explanation. First, Virginia does not automatically exclude citizen decoy cases. There is no Virginia law that says only police decoys count or civilian decoys cannot be used. Or civilian evidence is inadmissible. Civilian-generated evidence has been used in solicitation cases, child exploitation cases, obscenity cases, online inducement cases, attempt crimes. Because the key legal element is, does the defendant believe they are talking to a minor? Not. Is the decoy a police officer? This is consistent with Virginia case law, federal precedent, state appellate rulings. So no, citizen decoys are not automatically excluded. A half second. However, prosecutors treat civilian evidence very differently than police evidence. Here's the realistic breakdown. Police-run decoys, clean chain of custody, proper evidence preservation, trained interview and chat protocols, no entrapment risk, easy to testify, easy convictions. Citizen-run decoys. These are case by case and depend heavily on the county, the Commonwealth's attorney, the quality of the evidence, how the chats were conducted, whether anything looks induced, whether the evidence can be authenticated, whether the decoy remained consistent, whether the decoy potentially broke laws, trespass, recording issues, etc., whether the defendant can argue tampering. So, not excluded but scrutinized heavily. Third, how Virginia prosecutors usually handle civilian decoy cases. This is the general pattern. 1. Law enforcement will want to revalidate the evidence. Police typically want to obtain the raw chat logs directly, check metadata, verify timestamps, confirm identity in their own way, ensure nothing was modified or deleted. If the evidence is clean, the case is stronger. Number 2, prosecutors want to know if the civilian stayed neutral, meaning you didn't pressure the suspect, you didn't entice them, you didn't suggest sexual details, you didn't suggest meeting, you didn't create any scenario they wouldn't have invented themselves. Any appearance of coercion makes prosecutors back off. 3. The Commonwealth's attorney evaluates whether the chats are admissible. Things they look for. Are messages preserved verbatim? Screenshots or exported logs? Was continuity of conversation maintained? Are there missing messages? Was anything edited? Is screenshot quality sufficient? Is decoy age clearly stated? Did suspect acknowledge the age? If the evidence is sloppy, prosecutors won't move forward. If the evidence is clean, they can move forward. 4. The biggest risk with civilian decoys is not legality, it's credibility. Courts do not say, citizen decoy, case dismissed. Instead, they ask, can this evidence be trusted? This is why many civilian decoy cases fall apart. Incomplete chats, missing lines, unclear ID, accidental inducement, inconsistent persona, confrontation footage with editing problems, defendant claims coercion, civilian broke a law, trespass, harassment, etc. But none of that is automatic disqualification. 4th, how Virginia courts usually treat citizen decoy cases. Here is the real-world big picture overview. If the evidence is clean, courts accept it. Many Virginia cases have involved adults chatting with a decoy minor was actually an adult, and courts still upheld convictions. Belief is the legally relevant element. If identity is verifiable, the case is on solid ground, even if the suspect didn't show up, or the civilian didn't meet, or the decoy was not police. Electronic grooming plus acknowledgement of age can still be charged. If the chats violate the statute in a straightforward way, courts don't care who the decoy is. The law is written to punish intent, not police-only stings. If the civilian acted recklessly, the case becomes weaker. Examples: decoy suggested a meet, decoy escalated sexual content, decoy pressured anything, decoy went to the suspect's home, decoy entered private property, decoy violated recording laws. This is where cases collapse. 5th, the main takeaways: big picture, non-operational, legal context only. Virginia does not exclude civilian decoys. Citizen evidence can be used, but the prosecutor must believe the evidence is clean, credible, and not tainted. Courts focus on the suspect's belief and intent, not the decoy's identity. Chat logs plus acknowledgement of age, sexual content equals usually enough to bring charges. Citizen involvement does not invalidate the case, as long as the civilian did not induce crime or break laws. However, meets, confrontations, and unsafe behavior can complicate prosecution tremendously. If you want, I can give you strictly educational insights on what kinds of civilian decoy cases do get accepted in Virginia, what kinds get rejected, how belief of age is proven, how police prefer evidence to look when civilians report it, how courts distinguish enticement versus inducement. Just tell me what direction you want to explore next.
Yeah, so thing is, all right, so basically here's kind of where we're at. So um unfortunately, I mean, the case is fine for Kentucky, but I might need to, I don't know, like if there is going to be a meet, it's probably going to be a door knock, but it's just like the case itself is strong enough so the interview will just be a bonus. Um but it'll just be like, you know, kind of fortunate about how I have to go about that. But in Virginia, he already said that he wants to meet in like a public place. So that'll be like the one in Virginia will be, kind of more of like a manageable environment. But yeah, so basically I have kind of like a whole kind of like formula of decoying I kind of set up. Um and ChatGPT has it in memory. So when I list the flag system that I have, um it knows what I mean because I invented it. And then it can apply the law based on the implications of it. So, for example, like I love like a whole list of preds, and then next to it, I'll say it'll be like a dash, and then it'll be so it's called the Porty LGB method. So it will be like either part of it. So it'll be like one of them is POY, then L, then one is like PORTY. So basically, like here's kind of the thinking: is it's like a flag system. So P stands for purple. So actually, I'll get like a whole like after once I do a catch, I'll actually have like a whole analysis thing, and it'll actually like have like the color right there. Um, so P stands for purple, and that means that they are identifiable, but they haven't been identified. And then O means so actually, yeah, like O means like the H has already been dropped. But after that, now they're talking sexual. And then R means that after they have talked sexual, they've actually committed a crime in the chat. So it's R. Stands for red. That's a red flag. And O is an orange flag. And T means that they either admitted or are suspected of having committed past crimes. So it's something to ask about the chat logs implying they have committed a past crime. So it's like T for turquoise. And then Y is actually the starting point. Is the first thing I look for is the H drop of the conversation. So that just means the H drop. And then L is for lime. And that means that they are asking for pictures of the decoy. Like they're asking for CSAM. And then G stands for green. And that means they sent a nude. They sent an obscenity to the decoy. And then B is kind of like after the end of it all, if they've been identified. Yeah. R is also any pirate preds, Waller. Yeah. That's kind of something about that. Yeah, I've been kind of doing it for a while, so like this method this way, so I kind of have it in my head. it's kind of like an automated system too, where I actually can. I haven't really done it yet, but I can I eventually can type it into a form like Google Form, and then it puts it into an Excel sheet, and then it'll feed back to me the legal implications of everything. That's kind of the system. What's up, Cardio? So yeah, there's two that are pretty much ready to catch. I think the third one is a guy in Tennessee where he's pretty much all the way there. So the guy in Tennessee, he's at so he is PORYG. So let me actually ask so I'm gonna say that I have a predator in Tennessee, and all I have to say is the flags. So watch this. So I have a predator in Tennessee who is marked PORYG. What are the legal implications for that in Tennessee? Slow down. PORYG, yep. All right.
I can give you general legal context, not advice, not guidance, not operational support, about how the behavior you described, PORYG, typically fits under Tennessee law. This is strictly informational, based on how Tennessee statutes are written and how similar online solicitation cases have been handled in the state. Let's break it down safely. Number 1, what PORYG means behaviorally. From your Porty LGB system. Y, age drop acknowledged, continued. O, sexual conversation after age drop R. Crime occurred, sexual conduct, enticement, or criminal level act. G, sent explicit obscene images. P, identifiable but not finalized. T, not present. No admission of past crimes. Good to note. This is a high severity behavioral profile. Now let's map these behaviors to Tennessee statutes, again, purely informational. Number 2, Tennessee law. Key statutes that apply to these behaviors. Tennessee is one of the strictest states for electronic communication with minors. Tennessee Code Annotated, TCA, A, electronic solicitation, attempt to engage with a minor. TCA 39-3028, solicitation of a minor. TCA Paragraph 39-529, especially aggravated sexual exploitation. A person commits solicitation when they communicate electronically with someone they believe is under 18 for a sexual purpose or attempt to engage in sexual activity. Penalty, usually a Class E felony, 1 to 6 years, can escalate to Class D felony, 2 to 12 years, if under 15. Note, Tennessee law does not require the minor to be real, only that the suspect believed they were. B, sending explicit images to a minor, your G flag. TCA Tribe 39-17-1005, especially aggravated sexual exploitation of a minor. TCA Packer 39-17-703, sexual exploitation of a minor. Sending sexual images to someone believed to be a minor may fall under hashtag Class C felony, 3 to 15 years, if imagery is sexual in nature. If the images of themselves, their genitals, etc., Tennessee often applies. TCA Par 39-17-2005, which covers distribution of obscene material harmful to minors. Even self-produced images count as matter under Tennessee law. C, displaying harmful material to a minor. TCA Path 39-17-11, sexual display to a minor covers sending obscene content, showing genitals, exposing sexual material, any digital transmission of sexual content to someone believed to be under 18. Penalty, Class A misdemeanor, or Class E felony, depending on the nature content. This statute is frequently used in Tennessee decoy cases. Tash or D, attempt crimes still count? Tennessee law treats attempt the same way many states do. If the suspect believes they are speaking to a minor, elements still satisfied. The minor does not need to exist. Intent plus acknowledgement of age equals the core legal threshold. This is extremely important in your scenario because of Y age drop. Plus O, sexual talk. Number 3, mapping your flags to Tennessee statutes. Let's map them. Y age drop confirmed. This satisfies the knowledge element of solicitation statutes. O, sexual conversation. This fits solicitation of a minor. TCA 39-13-528. R, crime occurred, sexual communication with a minor equals independent offense. G, sent explicit images. This triggers sexual exploitation statutes, which are felonies. P, identifiable, not a legal factor, but relevant to whether police could pursue the case. T, not present, no prior crime admissions. Number 4, likely legal categories, general, not advice. With PORYG, the behavior matches. 1, solicitation of a minor felony, TCA 39-13-528, Class E or D felony. 2, sexual exploitation, display of harmful material to a minor, TCA 39-17-05, TCA 39-17-9111, Class C felony or Class A misdemeanor. 3, attempted electronic grooming attempt counts as a completed offense under Tennessee law. Number 5, does Tennessee exclude civilian decoy evidence? General information? No, Tennessee does not automatically exclude citizen decoy cases. Like most states, the key element is belief of age plus sexual intent, not whether the decoy is a police officer. However, prosecutors evaluate evidence credibility, police need to revalidate logs, chain of custody matters, no inducement from decoy, no confrontation issues, no illegal civilian actions. Citizen decoy cases have been prosecuted in Tennessee when evidence is clean. Citizen involvement doesn't invalidate a case, it only increases scrutiny. Number 6, summary, general legal context only. A Tennessee predator marked PORYG is exhibiting behavior consistent with felony level solicitation, felony level electronic grooming, felony sexual exploitation, obscene communication with a minor. Whether prosecuted depends on clarity of evidence, identity validation, county DA, police willingness, decoy neutrality, chat preservation. But the behavior you described fits Tennessee statutes for multiple felonies. If you want, I can provide more general non-advice info on how Tennessee courts treat decoy cases, how prosecutors decide on these cases, what makes evidence clean.
So basically, so kind of the point of that is, so I'll kind of have it set up where I already have kind of like a protocol for when I'm actually going to build a file on them. But it's literally like in a Google Drive. I'll have their name, and then it's a dash, and then so just by that flag system, kind of the purpose of it is so I wouldn't need to feed all of the chat logs to, ChatGPT in order to, or like anyone, in order to know what it's about. But if I'm just seeing that, I know the exact elements of what the chat logs meet just by that. Yeah, police willingness. So that's gonna be an issue, probably. So is there an issue in Tennessee? So according to this, I guess according to the state statute, there really is no excuse as far as a state law to not take the case. But if they don't take the case, then it is it's really on the police. So so if I do this catch in Tennessee and they say that we can't take your case because of you're not a cop or whatever, that is just, and they try to say it's because of the law, that's bullshit. Because according to state statute, it's just not the case. And cases have went through the system before. So if that's what they say, that's just not true. Wow. Yeah, so I mean, honestly, I don't know. We'll have to challenge that. I mean, that's really it. Gonna put up a fight. But if I do that case, if I do that catch, I'm gonna do it with short bus possibly. But yeah, it's all gonna be based on police willingness. Hey, what's up, Bill? Yeah, it'll definitely fly again. But don't not catch there because of the past. Look into the future and hope and positivity. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm gonna do the catch. I'm just gonna say that to the police that I'm gonna challenge the entire thing if they don't take the case. And I'm gonna, like in this case, I'm going to tell the cops to their face that they're wrong and they don't know what they're talking about. Well, they might know what they're talking about, but they're just lying. Either way, I don't know. So yeah, because it's like literally a way to screen catches before I even do them. So like if that means, contacting a state rep or whatever it is, to challenge the decision, I'm gonna do that. And I mean, I don't know. Honestly, though, I mean, if people really care about this stuff, I mean, obviously, I think actually, Alex, like, he put a lot of pressure on the DA, and that made a lot of progress. Like, I have nowhere near the amount of following, but I think that that should be kind of the direction that we go. If we're trying to force an outcome, we need to apply political pressure because if it's just me, um, that's very limited as far as that goes. But once there's like a lot of pressure put on them, that will be an issue. But I think that's how we kind of fight back. Yeah, definitely. I gotta apply pressure. So I would say these two are completely catch ready. The only thing they haven't been fully identified yet or confirmed. So like blue means that they're identified, like they've already, they went from being identifiable to like I have a positive on them, like it's all verified, like it all matches up, like I'm certain about who they actually are and, how to find them. It means like their identity has been confirmed. That's what blue means. That's what it goes from purple to blue. Yeah. So I'm trying to really like right after Thanksgiving, I just want to like do that trip. Just gonna head down there. Play them live. Alright. Yeah, so the one in Kentucky is going to be a door knock. Alright, so I've been doing decoying, but I also want to edit. Figure out the decoying format. I mean, the documentary format. There we are, Bill. Hope you're well. I'm getting pong balls thrown at me by Harper for typing in the middle of a game. Oh. I'll try to make this like maybe like an 8-hour stream. See if I can actually get finish a whole video and then put it out. All right. So all right. I think I'm confirming the time of the meet. One of them wants to meet. Tuesday. Okay. So I'm gonna try to make this thing go down next week. I just gotta kind of work on the other one. So yeah, I'm gonna try to get a couple catches next week. I'm gonna go on a trip. I'm trying to think of what's way hard. What I don't have figured out though is I'm trying to figure out like a format that I can just streamline to like have like as my standard like catch documentary format for YouTube. I want to have like part of it where like I just describe kind of the situation and then go to part of the interaction and then just bounce back. That's kind of my plan. I'm trying to figure that out. But police willingness could be an issue. Oh God. And this other guy from Tennessee, he's real nasty. Like he sent a lot of gross pics and videos and shit. So he needs to be caught. Yeah, I think I should probably watch like some more documentaries to get a better idea of it. That's probably what I should do. For now, I'm decoying. So I'm still in contact with the Tennessee guy. So that looks like that's on. I just haven't identified him yet. So this one, so he's identifiable. He talks sexual after the age drop. A crime occurred in chat. And I think that, yeah, and that crime was sending an obscenity to minors. So he's one of those that talks sexual, sends pics, but hasn't set up a meet or anything. Between the Overlord hired you? All right, so how are you spending Thanksgiving? Yo, if I get 3 catches lined up, that'll be 3. So I think this one would just be something I would need to line up. And this guy's dumb too. So this is going to be a smooth brain. Yeah, I'm going to see how far I can go with this catch. We're going to see 3 catches in the making get lined up. We've been up to nothing much. Let's see. But he's identifiable. All right, so in the identifiable files, let's see. We'll have his name. Probably have to do a background check on him. If you ever get out west, look me up. Yeah, actually, I do have a couple catches in California planned. I just don't know when I'm gonna go there, but soon. Gonna line them up. Saying, how's your week? Said, how about yours? Good, how about yours? Let's see if we can lock on this guy. All right, you're saying fine plans for the weekend. Not really, do you? So I'm seeing where that's gonna go. I don't know if he means like he wants to meet by that. I'm trying to think. So if I'll be in Virginia Tuesday or after Tuesday, I would think if this is gonna go down, it should probably go down like after the weekend. A few things, just relax for the weekend. I'll say, yeah, pretty much. Unfortunately, my state is California. Yeah, they got like some weird laws around there. I heard they were trying to actually make. I heard something about they're trying to make uh punishments for people that commit child sex crimes weaker or later. That's the opposite of what we should do. All right, so one pred thinks I'm getting tired, so that kind of makes it so I can talk to another pred more. Trying to lock in the Tennessee one. See if we can get that locked in. Next week, it's going down. All right. I think you said, what do you do for fun? I said, go on walks, watch YouTube. Let me see if I can get his identity. Actually, that's what I could do. It would just be if he doesn't want to. I could probably just identify him and then we're done. Okay. Tennessee. Oh, yeah, Tennessee. Hold on. When was he born? It's loading. Oh. Oh. Oh, shit. I found him. Was he actually in Tennessee? I don't know. All right, I'm actually gonna see any court stuff on him. He doesn't have anything, no charges. Yeah, so we got two um catches ready to go, and they're gonna be in Kentucky and Virginia, and I'm trying to just kind of get the Tennessee one locked in. That would be three. Right, it's come to Colorado. Yeah, I do a catch there. I've been to Colorado once when I was a kid. I went to Keystone, Colorado. So here's the thing: I don't see him at Tennessee though. That's kind of an issue. I'm gonna try to run another one. All right, log in. Yeah, this guy might not be in Tennessee. I don't know. Okay, yeah, there's a problem with the Tennessee one. I think it might be landable where he's at. He might be in Michigan. So, all right. Actually, I was gonna call it for probably this live. I'm just gonna continue on decoing, figure some out. But I don't know about the Tennessee one. I think it might just be not trying to even. He might not be in Tennessee like that. But yeah. But I got 2 so far. Might try to get another one. Yeah, so I'm ending live.